on YouTube as well while I'm putting together the Prusa XL. All right, so all right, so I'm going live on YouTube as well, along with recording it. So super awesome. Bunch of transport helpers. All right. I have to say, super well packed. This thing is awesome. All right, so let's see how to get this thing out of its box. All right. Let's see. It's gonna fail. So I'm also on TikTok. This last year I did a bunch of the trade shows, open source and that type of thing. And I've been talking to everybody in the Prusa group about my project, and Joseph and Alan sent me one of their new XL printers to help me print the fingertips. So he also included 3 rolls of the very short color fab, because what I'm going to do is use the tool changer of this machine to not necessarily switch materials, but switch extrusion temperatures on the fingertips to give me all of the print that's close to the tang itself is going to be printing at, say, like 190 degrees, and then as you move out, it's going to be getting softer and softer and softer. So the transitionary zone will be printed at, like, say, 220 degrees, and then everything that becomes the outer surface will be printed at 250. And that should give you a surface finish kind of like on a tennis shoe. The kind of really spongy, the spongy of it. So, it's a great big experiment. And then also, I'm working on doing the sockets to where you can have, where it needs to be solid and stiff, you have that solid and stiff. Where it's not as much. So, pretty awesome. Just a great big experiment. But like what I did last time I had this hand apart is I took my Creality, a Ferret 2 scanner, and I scanned this socket and put this model up on, I think it's on Cults under Prosthetic socket, to where if you think you're a candidate for this device, what you do is you download that file and make sure that your residual limb fits into that void space. Because if it doesn't fit in the void space, no sense going any further in on the project. So what this is right now is I'm doing an unboxing of my newest printer to the farm, my Prusa XL, which is awesome. Except now I got to get it out of this bottom piece of cardboard. All right. All right. So, that over there. There is a lot that goes with that printer. All right. Would like to have a better way. Let's see. Okay, you guys get to stay right there. And I'm going to put YouTube on this stand over here, just so I can watch both of you guys. All right. There you go there. Okay. And this one will be YouTube. All right, guys, you guys are moving. You guys are going to be over here. Boop. And then boop. And now, sweet. There we go. And then let's add a charging port so that doesn't die. Awesome. All right. So, let's straighten up TikTok though. Talk up a Scotia. All right, there you go. So, brand new XL, super awesome. All right. So all I'm doing is unboxing and putting it together. And maybe do a couple test prints and we'll see what it really looks like. This is so cool. So cool. All right. So this is what an extruder looks like. Pretty awesome. And then you got the extruder and cables. That's your rear mounting bracket. Super awesome. I'm actually going to move you guys just a little bit. And that is what the cameras look like. All right. That's better, huh? There we go. All right. You'll have to excuse the technical difficulties. This is my first time going live with this configuration. There we go. I guess that's better. Let's add back power. Yeah, that'll work out okay. All right. Awesome. So I don't know how many people have actually met Joseph at like the shows, but he is a super awesome guy. He don't do what? No, you do not want to be missing fingers. No, missing fingers is bad. All right, so I'm gonna scoot you guys around over here. Tighten this beam up there, and then spin you around. All right. How about that? Although now that's... Well, we'll have to just rely on that. All right. So this one's going to live there. Sweet. It is my first live. I actually haven't been doing a bunch of anything video-wise lately. I got super busy. Got super busy with like Burning Man. And then, I also do things for like Super Bowl and Olympics and that type of thing. And after I got back from Rapid TCT down in LA, boy, I tell you, I just could not catch up. It was just, I just had so much like real work, because really ever since YouTube started monetizing shorts and stuff, it just has not been paying the same. And, it sounds terrible, but I make so much more money like turning dials and making real parts as opposed to doing TikTok, YouTube, that type of thing. So, really, I've just been kind of following the money a little bit lately. Which, I mean, whatever. But also, so when I went to the UK, I met this lady, Gwen, and she invited me to apply for a grant that she knew somebody that had applied for the grant, I think the previous year. So I wrote a bunch of papers and, made a video and then had a couple interviews. Anyways, I got the grant. So that is helping me out on, Looks like TikTok went away. Boop. Boop. Huh. Okay, we'll get TikTok back. All right. All right, so we're going to get rid of hotspot. Oh, my phone is overheating. All right. Does the AC make too much noise? Is the AC okay? Open source this year was awesome. It was so awesome. So I think I'm gonna kill my regular video. Although, no, I can do that. I'll just kill TikTok. TikTok won't be the thing. TikTok doesn't pay the bills anyways. All right. So we'll go like this. And then since it's over here, then I'll actually be able to read you guys' comments. All right. Awesome. And then we'll restart the video recording. All right. So you guys are good, and I can read. I can read you guys pretty okay. All right. Sweet. So, this year I did a bunch of the shows. I did Maker Central in the UK. I did Open Sauce, of course, with PCBWay, and PCBWay is still awesome to work with. I figured out how I'm going to be. Can still hear me good. Okay, good. Yeah. TikTok just shut down for no reason. Of course, my phone got super hot too. So I'm gonna give it a couple minutes and then I'll try it again with TikTok. But right now, while YouTube is doing, we'll do YouTube. But anyways, last Open Sauce, like a year ago. Oh, okay. So last year at Open Sauce, I was helping these kids out. They were doing some rocket thing, and one of the kids was like super fangirling over Joseph Prusa, and I'm like, well, go over and talk to him. He's just a guy like everybody else. So, I encouraged him to go over, do that. And then later on, I met up with him and I'm like, hey, I want to really thank you for taking the time to talk to those kids. They were really excited to meet you. And, we back and forth a little bit. And he was like, hey, I know about your project. Would you want to, try out and do one of my printers? I'm like, absolutely. I would love to use, your hardware. So, that was like a whole year ago. And then you know, I saw him when I did that talk over at Rep Rap over in Maryland. Or, yeah. So I gave a little talk for Creality at West or East Coast Rep Rap, which was super awesome. Saw a bunch of people, but also saw Joseph and crew back there, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm doing something different with the project. You know, let me know when you want to talk about doing something together. So, of course, you know, another year passed by, and then, you know, went and did the shows this year. You know, saw him at a couple different shows, and then when I saw him at, let's see, I think his group was at the thing in Europe, because I went and did a little bit of a Europe tour around May. Then when I saw him at Open Source, I'm like, hey, I got this idea where we can print different areas of the socket at different hardnesses using the material. Because like the bamboo, the X1C, and also the new MMS that's on the K2, neither one of those are really designed for any of your flexible filaments. Which, you know, if you're going to do hard and soft spots on these things, that's kind of problematic. You know, because all right, so you guys are still good? Okay. So, anyways, where was I going? So, anyways, you know, they finally got their project going to the point where they have extra units that they can be shipping out, and you know, I sold them on the idea of a pretty good thing for my project, and now we're doing stuff together, which is super awesome. But anyways, I guess my story about Joseph Prusa is he is such a genuine guy. Like every time I see him, he is everything that you would expect him to be. I mean, he isn't this, you know, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say, you know, he isn't, I am Joseph Prusa, because I mean, that's exactly what he says. I am Joseph Prusa. But he isn't, you know, oh, I am all that, which, you know, for the YouTube space and that type of thing is so rare. Because, you know, I mean, he's been doing this whole gig for quite a while. And, you know, it's just awesome to see someone that is, like, real. You know, and, I mean, someone that, you know, hey, I really like your project, I'm going to back it. And then he sends you, he sends you a 5 tool changer of his new XL. And so, I mean, the super cool thing is, you know, it's not like I'm under any about the hand. Does having you know, I am old and I own stuff. So there is about 0 chance that I'm actually going to go and hit somebody. You know, just saying, because, you know, the litigious, you know, society and nature here, they would own you. So I should probably put on some glasses so I can see which way I'm supposed to be plugging this cable in. Earlier this year, I got cataract surgery. Amazing. Of course, for close stuff, still can't see. But for like the rest of the stuff, absolutely amazing. Chemotherapy had really kind of really eaten my eyeballs. We should probably read the directions. Maybe a little bit. I mean, I know directions are overrated, but... Ah, thanks! Super appreciate that. So I'm actually, with this and a couple other things. So when I went to the UK, I was invited to write for a grant from this group called OSV. And I got accepted. So what that is going to do is that's going to fund the metal portion of the components for like, it should buy about 15 of these devices. Now, the participants' buy-in on it is going to be they have to buy their own socket, whether they manufacture their own or whether they have it done by a clinician. So, but still, I'm going to make, well, right now I think 15 of these available. You know, and there's going to be a whole data collection and selection process. You know, the first step of it is, last time I had this hand apart, I took the socket and I scanned it with my Creality Ferret 2 scanner. So this is an exact scale shape copy of the palm socket in this device. So this is up on Cults 3D under, I think, Prosthetic Socket, or you can probably look under Missing Parts Club. I think that's my username on that is Missing Parts Club. So, you know, if you have a disarticulation at the metacarpal level 1 through 4, so basically your hand is exactly like mine. You know, you have full-length metacarpals, and you know, and you think you want, you know, one of these, then download this file, print it, and make sure that your residual limb fits into the void space of this. It doesn't have to fit comfortably. It won't fit comfortably. This is my hand. So your hand is not going to be like my hand. But if it'll fit within this void space, then we'll know that you're at least like in the ballpark of being the right size. So, you know, I haven't really made, you know, this, I guess, really is the announcement of that. Aw, thanks. All right, let's see. So we gotta connect. We have to connect the screen. Let's see where connecting the screen is. Let's see. They don't want to connect it backwards. Hello. All right. All right, does it not fit the other way? Hope it doesn't fit the other way. All right, outers. Okay, so that has to be that way. Okay. Okay, so that tang needs to be up at the top, I'm assuming. Okay, then let's put the ground strap on it. Okay, ground strap's on it. All right. So awesome. So awesome. I tell you, this has been just such a thing. Like I said earlier, I've been working on this deal with, you know, getting to do something with the Prusa group for quite a while, really. You know, I mean, I do stuff with Creality, and I love doing stuff with them, but so much of that group this last year has changed over. They had a huge internal thing go, and I don't know, it's just not the same as it has been. So the only thing I've done with SAG is I do stuff. Part of what I do in the winter is I do interior stadium project managing for the Super Bowl, and I run like 60 people, and we build 17 buildings inside the stadium for all of where the foreign media does their broadcast from. So like NHK, Telemundo, ESPN, any of the places where you see them doing the broadcast from, that's a building that my group built, which is super awesome. You know, what that means is I get to watch the Super Bowl from the field or wherever every year. which is cool. All right. Holy cow. So excited. So, yes. So, so the fingers themselves are 3D printed out of SLA mag aluminum from PCBWay. The winder and the Gaffney and then the gimbal. The gimbal will be also 3D printed. So the fingers and the gimbal will be 3D printed. The winder and the Gaffney plate, those are machined because if I print them, then I end up getting stacked up tolerances. But let's see, where is my... Okay, here's my PCBWay box of like first articles. Like this is the first article of the winder assembly, and it pretty much comes, well, I mean, it comes like this. They individually vacuum bag each one of the parts. So, and then you just have to tap them and oh, yeah, I'm not spamming hearts. Yeah, I guess do whatever you do on YouTube to get me more views. I don't know. I thought Hearts was TikTok. Is Hearts YouTube live too? This is my first live, in case you guys didn't know. Yeah, do whatever you guys do. But anyways, so this is how those parts come, and these. The only thing I had to do on this is I had to pass a reamer through where the bearings go, and that was it. So do that and tap the holes, and it was perfect. Now, the finger parts, they come rough, so you're going to have to file those. So you're going to have to file those in order to make everything clearance and fit. You know, because when they first come printed, they're close. I mean, they're probably, I don't know, 10 thousandths over. But so when I put in the prints, I did it at a zero offset, because, you know, printing isn't like super parametric. Printing is not like machining at all. So I figure it's always easier to take material off than it is to add material back. So, you know, just flat file everything until, you know, everything lines up and the pieces, you know, interface. So like this is a proximal one of, this is an index proximal one. And this is a pinky. Let me see if I have I should have. Okay, so here is a proximal 2 of an index. Yep. There's a proximal 2. So these two are supposed to fit through each other. Well, just off the printer and sandblasted, they don't fit. But I mean, they aren't far from it. So like if you were to take a you know, like a single cut file and just chip, they'll fit without really too much work at all. And you know, you got to figure these parts will only ever interface with each other. It's not like you have to, hit like a number. It's just got to work with the pair that you're putting together. So, I don't know. It's a great big experiment. Nobody's actually really tried putting it together this way, trying to distribute a prosthetic device in a DIY. Who is it? Joel Gibbard from Open Bionics. He tried that for a minute. Oh gosh, no. I know exactly what you're talking about for the constant. So part of the cancer that I have and all that, I get what's called peripheral neuropathy, and that's from the Velcade. So Velcade was one of the chemo drugs that I was on. What it does is it kills the dendrites and the nerve ends. So like my feet always hurt, like I've actually talked to one of my doctors about, hey, what would it take to, lock these things off? And, it's a great big thing. And they're like, yeah, that'll never happen. You have, working feet. Nobody's going to cut those off. And you're like, God, but, they hurt all the time. And he's like, suck it up, buttercup. And you're like, oh, thanks. Yeah, nobody's going to cut off. Oh yeah, no. So anyways, on the fingers, so these are the same fingers that I've been using for the last 3 devices. So I would consider the fingers themselves pretty well done. And then the winder assembly, this is roughly the same winder that I have done for the last 2 devices. Roughly. This one, I was still trying to do the lock under load in the winder, where on this, I figured out how to do it geometrically within the finger itself, to where if you put load on the back side of the fingertip, the finger won't backdrive. It won't open back up. And what that does is, that gives you your lock under load. As long as there's a load to the back of the finger, they don't open back up, which is amazing. Because that was a free add-on. I didn't have to, it didn't cost me any parts. It was all geometric. So, super cool. Yeah, super cool. So I think, there are a couple things Gaffney-wise and like right here on the gimbal that I'm not like super pleased with. But in the same, if I wait another year and don't get these devices out, that's another year. And the thing is, I figure for me, I will always be dinking with this hand and this device. I have a machine shop. Why wouldn't I? So, but if I can get, like a dozen of these out and improving people's lives, how awesome is that? And that will, really, that is the whole goal, and that is the whole goal, is to get it out and to, improve people's lives. So, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Like I said, I got the funding from the grant to buy the metal portion for like a dozen. So if you were to look up what was it? Maker Central, Birmingham, UK. There, I did a talk there, and it was a pretty good talk, except for the end. I got super rushed at the end because I was like way over time. But I mean, the cool thing is, I did a Q&A at the back of the event center, and that went for like an hour, which super awesome. I mean, met a bunch of great people there, so super cool. But yes, I would love to do an official real live. Oh yeah, no, I still do chemo. Last week was my chemo week, so I am on maintenance chemo forever. Originally, it was supposed to be 3 years post-transplant, and then so do my autologous stem cell transplant, and then 3 years of maintenance, and then after the 3 years, I was supposed to be released to the wild, never to have to do chemo again. And I did my 3 years, and then it was, I met with my oncologist, and she's like, yep, and we will see you next week. And I tell you, that was soul crushing. Because, I mean, I really had it, I was sold, hey, 3 years of this, and, because, I mean, I started the whole, so I broke my back in 2017, snowboarding up at Mount Ashland. I was with my son, and someone just parked down by the lift, and I heel-sided hard, slipped out, and then I landed flat, and it was electricity from like right here down, and that sucked so bad. So then I spent most of a month living on the bathroom floor because it was cold and flat. I didn't think I had broken my back at the time. I thought I had just slipped a disc, pinched a nerve, whatever. So I'd tie a towel around my waist, cinch it up super tight, and that's how I was getting around. Well, I got better, and then, gosh, it was, what was it? It was about July of 17. I started getting a lot of like shooting leg pain, and feet and all of that. So went and saw a doctor. He's like, "Oh, I've seen your type before. You're looking for pain meds and all that crap." And I'm like, "Well, no, but thanks." So then he's like, "Well, I'll do blood tests on you, and I'll prove that you're, doing this." So did the blood tests, came back with an M spike of like 5,800. You're supposed to have an M spike of 0. It's a type of monoclonal protein within your blood. If you have an M spike, then you either have, leukemia, lymphoma, or multiple myeloma. Unfortunately, I had multiple myeloma. And then there are different levels of multiple myeloma you can have too. So I had very aggressive. I had lytic lesions, which is where you get holes in your bones. So I had them in C2, 3, T10, 11, 12, and then L4, 5, S1. So it was bad. And then I also had them in the femoral necks, where your femur goes into your hip socket. The ones on my femoral necks were, 30 millimeters by 22 millimeters. So roughly 1.25 inches by almost 1 inch. I mean, like, they were most of the way around the femoral necks. I was lucky that I wasn't, jumping out of my truck and, all the junk that you would normally do. Really fortunate that I wasn't doing that. So, man, I tell you, it was a bunch of suck. It was so much suck. It was just so much suck. So then I got accepted for a drug trial at UAMS in Little Rock, Arkansas. they're the research hospital in the U.S. for multiple myeloma. So I got accepted on a drug trial for that. And, because originally I was given like 6 months. You got 6 months to figure it out because, that's all it's going to be. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, I replace the fingertips all the freaking time. Fingertips are a consumable. That's hopefully where this machine comes in. So when I get a bunch of these devices out, I'm going to be doing the fingertips kind of like on a subscription basis, $20, $40, whatever, and you get a new set of fingertips every 6 weeks, or whatever you end up using them. Different people are going to use them at different rates. So anyways, I'm going to be doing these out of ColorFab TPU, and that's kind of where I'm hoping this machine really is awesome. Because rather than switching materials, I'll be switching extrusion temperatures, and therefore that'll give me different squish. So everything that's close to the tang, I'll print it like 190 degrees. Everything in the transitionary zone, I'll print it 220. And then everything that becomes the actual tactile surface will be printed at, like, say, 250. And that'll be like tennis shoe material. So that's the big thing there. So should be like super awesome. Should be like super, super awesome. How to move the printer. Did that. What do you think? Should I plug it in? So I did not get to go to college, but I taught college. So I taught mechanical design and engineering at Lane Community College in, what would it be, 95, 6, 7, somewhere around there. So I did, a long time ago, I used to do precision sheet metal. It was a lot of conveyors and guards and assemblies and that type of stuff. I worked for a company local. And I did a 5-year apprenticeship program in 3 years. So I had to teach for 2 years to make up for it because I was like super short on all my school hours, which sucked. But, it was pretty okay. And then during that time, I had, towards the end of that, I had bought my building where my shop is, and I had started buying equipment in my machine shop. So, basically it was just me getting ready to be self-employed. And then in 98, 99, that was the last time I was like employed. And from there, I've been self-employed since. So from like 99 till 2008, I did ornamental iron and structural steel, spiral staircases, handrails, guardrails. And then in 2008, the economy kind of tanked. So then I started doing automation and off-road, 4x4 parts, that type of thing. And then I set up a couple factories for like food processing, candy bars, that type of thing. Went to China for about 7-8 months. Shenzhen mostly, a little bit of Beijing, a little bit of Shanghai. Did that for like 7 or 8 months, and then in 2008, I started doing interior stadium project managing for Super Bowl, And that was super cool. So, you know, I would do all of the foreign media build out inside the stadium. Well, that's not going to work. Let's see. So I need everything to be over here. So anyways, so I still do a little bit of Super Bowl stuff. Super Bowl this year is in New Orleans. I might have to go and do a little bit of build out for... I also do Olympics. So, like, Tracktown for Nike. I did a bunch of stuff for them. Who else? I've done a bunch of movie stuff. Like I did some stuff for who was it? Paramount, that did Batman. It was whichever Batman had the Batboat. And then I do a lot of stuff for Burning Man. So I just finished up a pile of crap for Burning Man. Because Burning Man was last week at Black Rock City in Nevada. It was super cool. I didn't go this year, but there was a bunch of my stuff out on the playa, which is super cool. You know, it's always kind of fun. But I do a lot of event stuff still. You know, and I still have the machine shop. So between machine shop and cancer and my hand and YouTube and TikTok, that's kind of my... It's kind of my... what I do now. Which is awesome. I need to be more on top of my TikTok, YouTube stuff. I do have a video that's almost done. I was going to try to have it done this week, but I still think it'll be done this week. Awesome! That's awesome. Super cool. I love hearing that. I love, because, you know, really, you know, the engineering side of things, I don't know. It's kind of just a dying and lost trade, and I don't understand why it is that way, because engineering and designing and being able to build stuff is absolutely the coolest thing. You know, you can go from, you know, oh my gosh, I had this really cool idea, to, oh my gosh, I'm going to build this really cool idea and be able to actually do it. You know, I mean, that is so awesome to actually be able to. I mean, it's like this, okay? There is nothing on the marketplace that is like this, and there's nobody that is actually going to be meeting the needs of this market sector, because it's too small of a market sector to actually, you know, to be met. Which, you know, being someone that needs one of these, that blows. So, you know, here I am, I'm filling a market space. All right, so what do you think? Should I turn it on? We'll just see what it says. Ooh. Original prusa. All right. All right. So, thanks. All right. Right? Isn't that amazing? And yet, like, okay, love my son to death, and he is living the perfect, he is living the 21-year-old lifestyle, and he's killing it. Okay, he's out on his own. He doesn't ask me for a bunch of money. He's killing it, but he's working in a job that really has like no barrier to entry. And, he could come down here and work at the shop, and he could have this whole plethora of crap. But, I mean, I understand. The shop sucks and all that junk. But, and it's okay. But it would be awesome if he wanted to come and do this. Oh, the one in Texas? Yes. Yeah, so that is, I'm trying to think the group. So yeah, the starfish thing, that's in, I want to say Minnesota. But yeah, no, I was almost going to go to that, but they didn't get back to me about anything. Which was disappointing, because I thought, because the starfish are what is it? I don't know. I thought that I'd really fit in with that group, and they were not super in on me. Let's see. There are no real good pictures on this. You would think that they would have all kinds of pictures. Hey, do it like this. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. All materials, blah, blah, blah. Setting up colors. I don't know. This is going to be like super exciting. He's saying that if I wanted to adopt him as a son, that he would come and hang out at my shop so that he could inherit all of the pile of gravity that I have. Right? It's so cool. Just so happy that he actually sent me one of these. You know, I mean, that is just so awesome. Okay, so that goes like that. That is going to go like that. That goes like that. That goes down like that. Actually, this goes like that. This goes like that. You're welcome. It is a lot. I have learned a lot of things. Awesome. I think I figured out how it goes together. Thanks. You know, this is... I mean, you know, they're all my favorite children at some point in time, but this one with the grip patterns, bringing the grip patterns back was such a cool thing, and being able to do it with just a couple parts is super cool. You know, although I have to say, you know, I don't use the grip patterns near as much as I thought I would. And you know, I'm even still deciding whether or not it's truly worth everything that goes into the grip pattern selection and all that. You know, because I mean, there's a lot of stuff that goes into the grip patterns and stuff. You know, and just the mechanism and all that type of stuff. I mean, I definitely still think I like it as a concept, and I like it, you know, gadgetry wise. But I don't know. I find myself going back and forth as to, you know, if it's truly worth it. I mean, it is cool. It is definitely cool. Awesome. Figured out how that works. Oh my gosh. That's awesome. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I super appreciate that. That is super cool. Thank you very much. All right, so this goes. Boop. Awesome. Yeah. Super cool. Okay. And we got that. That. Okay, so that box can go down there. Mind if I take a phone call? Hey.
What's up?
I'm doing a YouTube live right now.
Oh, hi.
Yep.
Then I will let you go and you can go back to YouTube Live.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm on the other phone doing YouTube live. Yeah.
Well, I was just, I'm headed to the shop and we're gonna get going to, the coast.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, you have an awesome time. Be safe.
I'm gonna try to.
Yep.
Well,
Try to play well with others.
What?
Try to play well with others.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah. Oh, I got my new printer.
Did you?
I got my new printer from Prusa.
Nice, nice.
Nice. Which is super awesome.
What?
Which is super awesome.
Yeah.
Yep.
It fired up.
That's awesome.
It's been working a lot.
Yeah. That's
So,
cool.
old reliable.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't take much to turn it over, so I mean,
Right.
pretty sure it's just like a Volkswagen. You could probably
Yeah, you could probably turn it over by hand.
with a piece of rope.
Right?
So
Yeah, you could probably pull start it and it would work just fine.
that's right. The good news is with the Geo Metro, if you ever break it, all starts
Yep.
right off of a Honda lawnmower. Oh,
Right. That's awesome. That is super cool. All right.
well, have fun, and I will chat to you a little later.
All right. Be safe.
All right,
All right. See ya. Bye.
bye.
So that is my friend Fred. He checks in on me all the time to make sure I'm doing good chemo wise and all of that. We design and build UTV side-by-side parts. Company that he works for, they do a lot of aftermarket stuff. So since I have the machine shop, I cut out a bunch of parts for him and make his dream come true. So they're going to a sand show. Well, thanks for stopping by to say hello. They're doing a sand show this next week. I think it's UTV Takeover. It's someplace over on the coast. Okay, the single bolt thing for putting the extruders on is actually pretty cool. So there's a piece of 80/20 that goes across, and it's got this continuous rail that actually sets the spacing of the extruders. And yeah, you just boop right through the back, and it sets the spacing and the angle. It sets the spacing and the angle for him. So the putting of it together is really super easy. Which is awesome. So you see there's this right there, this one, and it lines up with one of the hexagonal holes, and you just boop, and then tighten it up, and then everything kind of lines itself up. Oh my gosh. So I have always been a designer engineer type person. So like in high school, the high school I went to, we had what's called a senior project. And for my senior project, I designed and developed a fully ambulatory robotic arm using myoelectronics back in like 1991, 92. You know, before like Arduino and all that was even a thing. You know, back when Radio Shacks were still like Radio Shacks. You know, which was cool, but you know, it was a thing. Let's see. Where do those go to? So I designed and developed a fully ambulatory robotic arm, and then, you know, 20 years later, or I guess longer than 20 years later, I find myself needing one. You know, I kind of look at this as, you know, truly, you know, my life's journey, path, and all that junk. You know, if you believe in that type of thing, which I mean, I kind of find that I do. So it did. I mean, the terrible thing about it was, you know, back in the day, because I was doing PID controllers, so it does it as, you know, it was all just logic loop. It was all 555s and timer chips, and what you do is you were running, basically it was a Darlington transistor that you're comparing one side of the voltage to the other side of the of the voltage between the two. I mean, it's super wasteful electricity-wise, but it was just an analog comparator, so you'd be like 5.2 volts here, and then 5.0 volts here, and then you'd run a rotary potentiometer, and then that would, vary the one to the other, and that's how you were getting your positioning from your input glove to, it was a Waldo system. So, it would go from this to that. And it was the comparison of the two that would give you your position. Super old school, super basic. But, it worked with what I had going on at the time. I don't know. I look back at it and I go, oh my gosh, I cannot believe that I was doing things like that. Because I mean, it's just so, in comparison to what you have now, with like the Arduinos, even like the Metro Minis. So I love the Metro Minis. They are, super compact, great form factor, great voltage, same inputs, outputs as, what you get for an Uno, but for like no dollars. Just super awesome. But anyways, I could have done the whole thing, the whole bit of that project with like 5 lines of code, and yet I had all of this hardware that I was dealing with, and you're just like, oh my gosh, I was just going so backwards. Oh, it's 6 o'clock. All right, let's try to add TikTok again. We'll see how that goes. Oh my gosh, yeah. No, it was, well, and the thing is, okay, so another thing to consider is, they weren't doing, they weren't doing sponsorships and that type of thing back in that day. There was no media whatever like what you have now. I mean, it's like this printer, okay? I told Joseph and Alan about my project, and I've showed them all of that, and they are willing to invest the cost of one of these printers just to help me along on my project. There was none of that type of thing back in the 90s, so it was kind of, hey, if you're gonna be doing this project, you're funding the whole thing, which, I was 17, 18 at the time. That means I am old. I am 50 this year. 50. That's super old for in YouTube years. Just say no drug, kids. All right, so what do we got? I'm a hand amputee and dream of having a prosthesis similar to what you've been able to create for your fingers. That is awesome. So, Matthew, talk to me about what your disarticulation looks like, because I don't know when you showed up to this live. But I am going to be making a few of these devices available to select amputees. So you need to be disarticulation at the metacarpal level. So right here. I will just, for everybody thinks that I'm still faking this. Okay, so you need disarticulation at the metacarpal level. You need your thumb. You need your whole thumb. You need your whole length. Right at the wrist is not going to work out for this. Sorry, dude. There are a lot of devices that are available for through the wrist disarticulation. What are you running? Are you running like an OSA or iDigits or something? Okay, but anyways. So last time I had this hand apart, I used my Ferret 2 scanner from Creality to scan the socket. So this profile is up on Cults 3D. Aw. I think my big camera just died. I think it got too hot. Dang it. So your residual limb needs to fit inside of this. And if it does, then send me a picture of it to missingpartsclub@gmail.com. Yeah, I think that's the email I'm going to be using for this type of thing. But if you can do that, then maybe we can have a conversation. Oh, okay. So that is practice. That is a pile of practice. Practice. When you are just learning how to, do this, and learning how much force, learning how much force you can put on this to where you're not dropping it, or to where you're not crushing it, or to where you have like a real hold of this, like but you're not squishing it. I remember what was it, when I was back in Dublin, Ohio, at the OSER Institute, when I was getting my first like professional device. After they build the device for you, you get to take it to the hotel. You're staying at the Marriott. You get to take it home with you for the night. I went to Wendy's that first night, and it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. I was still figuring it out. I went and I grabbed my drink, brand new hand. Okay, I had maybe like 2 hours in the lab with it. I grabbed my hand. I'm filling it up, and all I'm thinking is, don't crush it, don't crush it, don't crush it, don't crush. So in order to operate the fingers, you do this, or you do this, with the ring and pinky, or you do it with index, and those are the muscles that you contract. So all I'm doing, because I'm out in public with this thing, and I'm concentrating on holding it just enough to where I'm holding onto the cup. And all of a sudden, it just, and now I have a drink all over myself, all over the floor. I'm like, crap, this is the last thing that I needed at all. It was so awful. Because, being a hand amputee, it's right out there in front of God and everybody. Okay? If you're missing a leg, you can be wearing a prosthetic leg, foot, ankle, whatever. And if you're wearing long pants, you're just a guy that walks with a limp. Okay? If you're missing a hand, there is no hiding that you're missing a hand. It is. Everybody knows. So, it kind of has to be something that, you are okay with. It has to be something that, like, you totally embrace. It becomes part of your persona. Which, I mean, depending upon the person, yeah, you know, plus or minus on that. It has to be something that like you don't get super self-conscious about. Um, like my favorite is, so I eat lunch a lot of times at like Taco Bell, north end of Medford, and the best is when you have kids, um, that are, I mean, kids are kids, so they'll, oh my gosh, look at the guy that's missing the hand, or look at the guy with the robot arm. That's the one I always get is look at the guy with the robot arm, and it's awesome because they're just being kids. So, but you have to be okay with that and being called out. Okay, so I will come back to proprioception and touch. So the other day, there's this. I was at Carl's Jr. and there was this dad with like 3 kids, and they were robot arm, blah blah blah. And I see this, and I'm like, yeah, check it out. It's super cool. So I end up going over there talking to him, and a billion questions, billion kid questions, which awesome. I would much prefer you ask all of your billion kid questions, just so because they're kids. But it's superpowers, shark bite, all the standard, and it's just so cool with the interaction with the kids. But you have to be okay with that. Otherwise, you're not going to go out in public because, it is something different. Now, something about that, being that I make my own gear, that just adds just another level of coolness to the whole thing. Because you go, yeah, I designed and built this. This is my gear. And that is just that much cooler. But honestly, I could not imagine wearing somebody else's gear. I think I would only be comfortable wearing my own hardware. So, I mean, that's something to consider. Okay, but going back to touch. So I have on and off for the last couple of years worked on proprioception. And the last bit of proprioception and gear that I was working on, it was going to be, there would be on the medial, this piece, I would put a load cell right here in this little opening, and then I would take, with the wire EDM, I would go and slit the top back side of this to where when you had a load pushed on the distal, it would compress this area right here, and then that load cell would then feed to an HX711, which is, it's a quad aperture load cell circuit board. You can do it with an FSR, but I was going to do it as an actual load cell, so I got better differentiation and different, more of a gradation. FSRs are pretty chunky if you look at the signal. They're a 1020 or a 1024 system, but they are very just blop, 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 blop. And then what I was going to do is go to a 4-channel TENS unit, electrostimulation, and then I would mount the 4 terminals in the forearm cuff to where when you put a load here, it shocks you right here. And then same thing here. You touch here, it shocks you here. You touch here, shocks you here. Touch the pinky, it and that would vary, from user to user. And then what you do is, you'd run everything through a Metro Mini, or I mean, you could do it through an ESP32. Probably do it on an ESP32 because then you've got a built-in display too, and then the built-in display would give you, this is my battery range, this is my, but you would have to adjust, so you'd have probably 2 little surface mount buttons to where you could adjust up and down both your conductivity and then also the amount of electrostimulation that you were getting into the socket. But when I tried that out, I actually ended up hating it. And the reason is because every time you touch something, you end up getting shocked. So, I spent all of this time. I mean, I probably spent 200 hours designing it, developing it, prototyping it, doing the load cells, building the medials, all to just throw it away. Hated it. Because, okay, so where this is a mechanical device, you actually do get quite a bit of force feedback on this. So when I close my hand on something, I feel it. I feel the loading right here, and then on the back of your hand, and then on your forearm on the termination of the cuff. So the harder I grab a hold of something, the more force I feel here, there, and there. So in a way, I don't have the fine gradation of proprioception, but like even this, okay, I can feel. Now, of course, this is all through practice. I can feel between here, 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 and here that I'm putting force on the fingers. Whereas, so that was also another thing. So like when I was wearing my iDigits Quantum, because I mean I do have a professional OSER iDigits device, $85,000 through insurance. I could not believe that. But anyways, so the thing that I hated the most about my myoelectric device is it is a blind touch, where you aren't actually inputting any force on it. You have no idea how hard you're grabbing a hold of anything. And that was a huge thing that nobody brought up to me when I went and got one of those. And it was such a strange thing, because like, you pick up your cup and you have no idea how hard you're, it's all a visual feedback. Oh, I'm squishing it. I'm grabbing too hard. Then of course you panic, and then all of a sudden, you're just grabbing the heck out of it, and then you're squashing, and then you have then your cup is on the floor. Whereas mechanical, now the super cool thing about mechanical, okay, now there are lots of things super cool about mechanical. It doesn't run out of batteries. It doesn't care if it gets dirty. It doesn't care if it gets wet. It doesn't care if it gets oily or nothing. So, okay, so I tried doing the cell phone vibrator motors, okay? Part of the problem with the cancer I have what's considered glove and sock, okay? So Velcade, which is one of the drugs that I was on for the chemotherapy, it kills all of the nerve endings in your arms and your feet. Unfortunately, it makes my feet always hurt, but it makes my hands kind of numb. But I can feel pressure, but I can't feel like, individual. Like if you were to do the 2-pin test, I would fail that all the time. So same thing with the TENS unit. You're just using 9-volt batteries on that. Yeah, but okay, so like I guess what I'm saying is being mechanical and where it's body powered, you have built-in proprioception. So it's kind of like, you don't need this extra. Also, the thing that was killing me on doing it electronically is, right now there are no batteries, there's no electronics. I could go through World War III and this thing would still work. Whereas, you have it something all electronics, and now all of a sudden, batteries die, you break a wire, all of that junk. Whereas on this, it doesn't care if it gets dirty, doesn't care if it gets wet, doesn't care if it gets oily, doesn't care. It's, and that's what's awesome about it. So part of the reason why, and this is so stupid, part of the reason why you don't see more mechanical devices, and this will blow your mind, it's because of insurance. So Medicare, Medicaid, and like Regions Blue Cross Blue Shield, on a mechanical device, they will only pay upwards of, say, $15,000 all in for a mechanical device. Whereas if it's an electronic device, they'll pay up to $100,000. So, why would anybody do mechanical? Because insurance, don't get me wrong, insurance is great. Insurance is what's kept me alive. Every time I go to chemo, it's $54,000. Every stinking Tuesday I go, it's $54,000. But for a mechanical device, there's no ROI in it for anybody that's manufacturing the parts. So that's why you don't see anybody actually manufacturing a mechanical device. That's why really the only way I'm able to do this is as a DIY. So I'm sidestepping the whole FDA and all of that junk, and it's outside of clinic, because if a clinician has to get involved, don't get me wrong, I have like half a dozen clinicians in the US that are willing to build sockets and that type of stuff, but that's going to cost you like $6,000. And $6,000 is nothing in prosthetics. But that would, even if you were to hire it out, you're still going to be able to put one of these together for under 20, which again in prosthetics is awesome. Now, of course, I'm not making a bunch of money. I think I'm making like $1,500 off of a full put together kit. So it's not like I'm making a bunch of money doing it, but it keeps me busy. But if you were to get in there with the medical markup and all of that junk, awesome. Well, thanks for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. But anyways, my whole thing is to try to do it without the medical markup and all that junk, because medical markup in the US is just absolutely stupid. So I have tried wire-driven systems. In fact, this one is a wire-driven system for display. And the other day when I was doing my video, this wire broke. And the wire will always break when you are awesome. Well, again, thanks for coming. Thanks for watching. So I am using PTFE. This is derailleur cable. So it's all the wires are straight, not wound. And you have to have that so they don't push and pull. But anyways, the wires break, and that's why I've done the chain, is because, you got to figure, I'm not going to make it any narrower because I'm constrained to the 6mm springs. So this chain is a 1/4 inch wide, so that kind of sets that dimension. Then it's, 60,000th is the thinnest profile that you can 3D print, SLS mag aluminum. The thinnest wall you can do is basically a 1/16 of an inch, 1.5 millimeters. So you start doing that, and then that gives you this profile and dimension there. So everything kind of lines up. And sure, it isn't the perfect device for everyone, but for the people that it is, the perfect device, it is the perfect device. So, and I'm not trying to be the perfect device for everyone. I'm just trying to be the perfect device for some people. Okay, so this is miniature number 15 roller chain. I get it off of Amazon. There's one guy in the U.S. that sells it. His username is Jeremy Well. I don't know, if you look back at some of my videos, there's a link. There's an Amazon link for the roller chain. Let me see if I can. I'll find it for you, and then. But number 15 miniature roller chain is the smallest that is actually made. By catalog, there is one that's. It's called number 10, but really the working load and all of that isn't worth the. You're from link to link. I think it shaves 15 thousandths off, and for width, I think it shaves like 25 thousandths off. But it's like its working load is like 20% of what the miniature number 15 chain's working load is. A miniature roller chain. Okay, so it is Jeremy Well. So Jeremy Well, and it's like $24 for 10 feet. You got it? All right. So the cool thing about the chain is the termination. So to terminate this chain, the pin diameter on this is 1/16 of an inch. So use a 16th, to terminate it, you drill a 1/16 hole in whatever you're doing. If you do it, plates to the outside, it's 150 thousandths between plates, so a little over 1/8 of an inch, and you do a 1/16 cross pin. Okay? Super easy. Now, if you were to do like Spectraline or Dacron or something, then you have to tie a knot, and then it stretches and all of that. Okay? This chain is never going to stretch. So, your pin to pin is always the same. Same thing for your connection. If you 6 links from end to end is always going to be the same dimension. Whereas if you're doing knots and strings and Spectraline and all that, it stretches, it frays, and as soon as Spectraline frays, it's gonna break. It's gonna break immediately. So, and of course that's going to happen when you are needing your device the most. So, same thing on the Bowden cable, okay? How do you terminate it reliably and as easily as, okay, so then also think about on cable, okay? So wire rope, when you bend wire rope, it needs to be for it to last, it needs to be a minimum of 15 times the diameter of the wire rope. So if you're using 1/16 diameter wire rope, thank you, Jetpack Rorschach. Thank you very much. And thank you very much too, Wermule. This is awesome. So if you're doing, so if you were to look at this, okay, so that is about 1/8 of an inch radius right there. Okay, so if you were to try to do that in wire rope, it's gonna work harden, and then all of a sudden it's going to fracture. And you got to figure, chain actually wants to bend one of the directions, whereas wire rope doesn't want to bend at all. So on this, so like this right here, I make cross links, and that's what allows me to turn the chain 90 degrees. And I have to say, so let's see. So I have a year and a half on this device, on this one right here, and I have never broken a chain. I have never broken. I break these occasionally, the little spreader bars for the wiffle tree, but that's about it. Now, the wire in here, in that year and a half, this will be my 7th wire that I have had to make. Whereas, like on this setup, I did it all mechanically. This will never break. Whereas this, that breaks. So, but that, I mean, so all those questions and all is how I end up with this. And so, okay, so like for instance, these springs. Okay, so this spring is just about ready to break. So let me show you how hard it is to change out a spring, because springs will break. So I always pack around springs, because springs will break. Okay, so check this out. You reach right in there, you pull this out, boop, and you put a new spring in there. Check that out. Now, see this spring, it's bent. It will, it was starting to fail. Okay, so, boop. So it was within like 3 or 4 flexes from breaking. So the cool thing about this, so I have at my house, I have a wall of my old hands. So no, I would never sell one of my old ones. But I am going to make probably a dozen of these available. Yes. So, but you see, the on-the-go maintenance is so important, because remember what I was saying earlier, you are missing parts. You go from being the coolest guy in the room to, oh, that poor cripple over there, his hands broke. And that's why you need to be able to fix it on the fly. Because you need to be back to being the coolest guy in the room. I know. No, but I do. So I have my silver play button, and then I have like 13 or 14 of them just hung on the wall. And then like whenever I go traveling, I usually have 2 hands with me, the one I'm wearing, and then I'll have a backup just in case something goes wrong. But so also the whole DIY thing of this, so I'm only going to be making these available that you get 2 sets of fingers with the kit. That way, when you break a set of fingers, because obviously you can't be trusted with fingers anyways, you already lost your fleshy fingers. So, but to change these out, it's a dozen bolts. You pull that out, you put a new one on there, dozen bolts back in, and then you're back up and running. Whereas like on an Oser iDigits, your local clinician is not able to work on them. You know, everything has to be run through the OSER Institute, which is fine. I mean, don't get me wrong, but that means when you break your hand, because they're using Spectraline on theirs, you know, and it's all plastic. So I ended up breaking one of my fingers off of the OSER one, and I was taking off a hoodie, and the finger just caught, and it broke the string. So if it hadn't have been within the warranty of it, so OSER offers a warranty, whatever, or a maintenance program. It's $280 a month, and then you still have to pay a percentage of whatever the cost is. So they charge $5,000 per finger to repair, to R&R the fingers. So, which is just absolutely stupid. I mean, there's no reason why it should be that much money. But anyways, if you are intimately familiar with how this goes together, then you can fix your own gear. You know, you aren't going to be, you know, without a prosthetic device for weeks on end. You know, Yep. So, but, you know, I mean, you figure out how it works, and then you know how to fix it. I mean, just like that. I mean, how cool is that? You know, there's nobody else doing grip patterns like that. But, you know, as I said earlier, you know, nobody's doing it because there's no money in it. And that is truly what's sad about it. You know, that it is all profit driven. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I get it. You got to make money. But how much money do you really got to make? You know? I mean, you don't need to make that much money. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But I don't know. I don't know. It seems awesome. Thank you, Radical Edward. That's awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's so cool. Thank you. All right, so I got to figure out where that little plastic thing goes to. Huh. I am. So a couple of years ago, I met Joseph Prusa at Open Sauce. Talked to him, you know, hung out with him for a while. He knew about my project, and he's like, hey, you know, would you like to try out with my printers? I'm like, yeah, sure, I'd love to. So never happened. And then this year, I went more on the trade show stuff. So I did East Coast Rep Rap, and then I did Open Sauce again, and then I did Maker Central in the UK and gave a talk there. And then I did Rapid TCT, and I think it was at Open Sauce. I'm like, hey, you know, I would like to try using one of your machines to make the fingertips for my prosthetic device, along with the sockets, but mostly the fingertips. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to use ColorFab TPU. That's the material that you... okay, so So it is actually the same size as my natural hand. You see? So pretty cool. So, but anyways, you know, talk to Alan. He's the media guy, and you know, everything kind of just worked out that you know, they ended up being able to send me one of their machines to try out. And I'm going to be doing fingertips, and then I'm going to be exploring doing the sockets. You know, using my Creality Ferret 2 scanner to scan the residual limb and then print the socket. And you'll be able to print the socket in hard and soft spots. And then also Polymaker, the filament manufacturer, they said that they're going to be in on. So you say that. Color Fab's already in on it. So yeah, no, Color Fab is so in on it. Figure since that camera's already shut off, I guess I'll take that off. Yeah, but no, Color Fab is already on it. Not directly, but through Prusa. So I had been talking to Alan about, you know, hey, I'm gonna use the Color Fab stuff. And actually, the video that's coming up in the next couple of days, I go through my ideas for this machine for it. So be super cool. All right, we need to get back on putting this thing together, because otherwise I won't get it together. So, but anyways, super cool. Okay, so that goes there. That goes there. So this needs to be probably those two right there. Sure is. I want to thank everybody that is that sent me the things. That is super awesome. Thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it, because honestly, YouTube hasn't been paying nothing. YouTube has been paying a whole nothing lately. So I really do appreciate you guys giving me tips. That is super awesome. Thank you so much. Awesome. All right. Click. Okay, and I go got nutmeg. Are you guys comparing mushrooms? You know, I have never done the psychedelics. I never got into that type of stuff. Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. No, thank you guys for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it. You know, it's awesome. Be sure to look for my video that's coming up probably a couple days. I just have a little bit of editing left on it, and then I will post it up. And that'll talk a bit about this printer and what I'm going to do with it and all of that junk. You know, I don't know. Honestly, I probably not. You know, it's gonna live. You know, it's gonna always live on the desk in my studio. And you know, and this is a pretty, I would say, conditioned space. Why, have you been seeing that the enclosure is really... Are you seeing where the enclosure is really something you need to have? You know, my studio's in the back of the shop. It's not, you know, it's not out with the rest of the machines and stuff. So honestly, I'm going to be doing most of my nylon and that type of stuff in like my K1, or my K2, or my Q1. Just because it has the cabinet temperature control. So I was pretty much, you know, I was going to pretty much just stick with that carbon infused from Polymaker and the flexibles on this printer. You know, either that or my bamboo. You know, bamboo does really good for nylons and that type of stuff. No, this is a Prusa XL. The man, Joseph Prusa, sent me. He is such a cool guy. I don't know if you've ever met him, but he is actually everything that you would expect him to be. So, and Alan as well. I don't know. I have definitely seen worse. You know, I have seen machines that have absolutely terrible filament management. I mean, you got to figure like the. Do you remember the original Sini CNC? Those were absolutely just awful. With it's a Delta machine. It's all kinds of floppity up top. I mean, just terrible. Awesome. Well. Okay, so I ought to turn this around. Oh, I know. I mean, okay, they are awesome to watch. I love watching them, but they are terrible as far as just as far as any type of dimensional stability. They're awful. Okay, I'm gonna real live get TikTok going again. We'll see how long TikTok can hang in. He's gay. Doop doop. TikTok. He's gay. Profile. And I want to TikTok Studio and live. Go live. All right, so how are we going to do this? Okay, we're going to do that. All right. What'd I miss? What anime are we talking about? All right. Okay, so I'm on TikTok over here. Heck yeah! 150 likes. That's way more than I thought we'd get to. All right, so oh, that one, that one. Oh, it's 3 on the other side. What up, guys? Heck yeah. No, that is the goal, is to make other people's lives better. I am doing great. How about you? So today, DHL showed up with a printer from Joseph Prusa for me. So he sent me an XL. So that's awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yes, I haven't been really, after I got back from Rapid TCT, I got super busy and, and then Burning Man happened and, I get super busy doing like real work and, I don't make as much off of videos as what I used to. So it's really hard to justify the time that videos and all that take. So, but I promise I'm going to start doing better on doing videos. The big thing is, I just got done with Burning Man. I just got done with the Olympics. Got done with all of my Olympic stuff. But that means I'm going to be starting on Super Bowl. So Super Bowl starts like next month. Really is when Super Bowl starts for me. I do all the foreign media build out and that type of stuff. But I'm going to try to do way better on videos and stuff. So, let's see. I'm going to take these off. See if I can see how the little cables go. Oh my. You supposed to take this off? Huh. Well, I guess we'll take this off. Oh. Okay, so that's a separate piece. Awesome. All right. What do we got? Heck yeah. 150 likes is awesome. Huh. Huh. Well, oh, we got to 160 likes. That's awesome. Hola. Bienvenidos. Revolver. Buenas noches. Buenas noches, Revolver. Revolver. ¿No puede? ¿Por qué no? You know what's terrible? Whenever I go out to Super Bowl and I'm on site, um, my Spanish comes back, and it is different because a lot of the crews, like when I was in Arizona for Arizona Super Bowl, um, all of my labor crew spoke Spanish, and the one of the other project managers that I was working with, he didn't speak two words of Spanish, and it was hilarious. And it's just like, how how do you not how do you not speak another language? I mean, don't get me wrong. When I was working in Shenzhen, oh, I tell you, my Mandarin sucks. My Mandarin sucks so bad. But at least I made an attempt to kind of learn the language. Uh, but just kind of funny when people don't. Uh, I don't know, kind of funny. Okay, so what are you using for your EMG? How many sites are you going to be trying to do that with? Because really, I think your site and your differentiation is where you're going to run into uh, some issues. So, like when I was doing proprioception on, uh, when I was doing my proprioception on this, uh, well, and even when I was doing the myomechanical one, the one where I was trying to do, see, I think you'd be better off running more than two sites. Sure, it's going to be patient depending upon what the amount of effort they're wanting to put into learning how to do it. But if you do multiple sites, then you can vox your input to where you can do co-contraction, to where A and B, or A and C, or B and C, or say if you went with four sites plus a ground, that would allow you to, through co-contraction, be able to cycle through all kinds of different inputs without having to get into a menu and then, manually like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to where you could just, A and B, and then B and C. You can get like 32, you can get 32 patterns, because I'm assuming that you're going to try to do an integrated wrist along with a hand. And then also, are you going to try to do individual finger control? Oh, I know. No, a bifurcated hook is like, it is a slap in the face for where technology truly is, now keep in mind, this device is for a very specific disarticulation. It is for disarticulation at the metacarpal level 1 through 4. Okay, and that's all that it is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I have helped a guy that he still has his natural pinky, so we ended up just doing index middle ring. But for the most part, this is going to be disarticulation 1 through 4 at the metacarpal level. But, I mean, you know, if you're to look at what's actually available, thanks. Yeah, so if you're going to do individual finger control, I would do 4 or 5 sites. And don't just localize them to, like, the forearm, the bicep area. Actually get into you know, your pectoral, your delts, all of that, you know, because you got to figure if you're going to be say transradial, you know, so that socket's going to take up here, you know, you have 3 muscle groups here that you can just do a pulse control. But then if you do it as basically just like a halter top, to where you're going to have basically contacts for doing an EEG setup, then you can do more controls. Because, like, say if you were to do a delta configuration on the wrist, you know, and truly do a wrist, not a rotator, but an actual wrist. And don't get me wrong, I've been working on an actual wrist for a couple of years now. And I got it pretty well designed. The issue right now that I'm running into is finding a participant that is willing to put in the amount of time and practice that is required for that type of device. You know, because it's a pile of practice. I mean, same thing with like co-contraction. I mean, you can do some amazing things with co-contraction, but, you know, it's practice. You know, I mean, it's the same thing as being able to pick up, you know, being able to pick up whatever and not, you know, not super squish it, not drop it. You know, I mean, it's all practice. Oh my gosh. You know, and that's the tough thing about anything prosthetic wise. But you know, that's why upper limb prosthetics have a huge rate of rejection. You know, rate of rejection of upper versus lower, it isn't even compare. It doesn't even compare. You know, lower limb is like 15%. Gracias. I need to practice more on my Spanish. So I have made cat brush fingertips, and you know that I just pop on and off. What they are is they're just little nubbins. You know, they're just little nubbins that stick out like 3/8 of an inch, and it's, you know, and I don't know. My cats don't seem to care either way. Aw, I appreciate that. That's awesome. I super appreciate that. That's super cool. Argentina's a rough part of the world. All right. What do we got? Let me scoot down. Okay, so remind me who you are, because I met so many people at Open Source. I loved that event. Can I gesture how I wash my hands for... Okay, so this device, what I can do with this device is I can, let's see, I can lock and unlock the ring and pinky. So I can be, ring and pinky closed, all open, or ring and pinky open. So that gives me 3 states in 2 conditions. So since everything's set up on a wiffle tree, well, I have more than a garage. I mean, I have a machine shop. But thank you. I do appreciate that. And and I'm super close to being, so I'm going to make like a dozen of these available, maybe 15, depending upon how the money works. But I got, earlier this year, I got funded for a grant for building these for other people as a trial, just to make sure that I'm not getting into a pile of trouble with the FDA. Also to make sure that the whole DIY thing is even a viable, the DIY thing is even a viable anything. Oh yeah, no, Myoelectric blows, absolutely blows. They're slow, they're fragile. I mean, I use this device. This is my, well, between this one and this one, those are my 2 daily drivers right now. This one happens to be broken right now because the wire for the splay, the wire broke yesterday. So I haven't had time to, put one back together yet. But I will. Hold on a second. I gotta look up some on the internet. prusa.io /XL. Oh my gosh. So a month ago, I mean, it's just a cup, but yeah. Okay, so what type of prosthetics? Are you talking upper limb? And are you talking... So, I mean, upper limb prosthetics is really a huge... It's a huge study. So, you could be proximals, to where you still have your proximals. You could be disarticulation at the metacarpal, like what I have. You could be transmetacarpal. You can be through the wrist. You can be transradial. You can be, disarticulation at your elbow. You can be, transhumeral. You can be four-quarter amputation, disarticulation at the shoulder or the deltoid. There are a pile. And then, like, if you're going to stay just in the fingers, there's a pile of different variations there too. Are you talking just missing your index, your ring, your pinky, any combination, there. So that was a huge awesome. A mini musket. Awesome. Thank you, Andre. I really appreciate that. Anybody that has sent me the gifts like what Andre just did, I really appreciate that because, YouTube does not pay anything anymore. I used to get what was about $9.40 1,000, and then you have to split YouTube for like 45% but still, I was doing pretty decent. Then once they started monetizing the shorts, and since I don't really like the short form content, the shorts, since I don't do those, they actually kind of punish me for not doing that. And it just sucks. It's like occasionally I'll do TikTok, but okay, so like TikTok right now. So right now I got 59 of you guys in YouTube, and I got 2 people in TikTok. And don't get me wrong, I love you guys on TikTok. You're my favorite. But you guys on YouTube are the ones paying the bills right now. Aw, awesome. What is that? Gainy Zen? Super appreciate you. And loved your country. When I went to Maker Central, that was my first time being in the EU, or in Great Britain. It was so cool. You guys have got the public transportation like dialed. I was able to go so I landed in Birmingham, UK. And then I went up to Glasgow, and then down to London, and then back up to Birmingham, and then over to the coast to meet with Joel Gibbard from, I want to say it's Dublin, but it's not. It's something like that. But I did that all on train, and that was so awesome. It cost a lot. I probably spent $500-600 on train tickets, but just the fact that I was able to go all the way around you guys' country by train was awesome. That and awesome, Revolver. Well, buenas tardes. Gracias for watching my live and watching me put together my XL. I really appreciate it. So I could, but okay, so the reason why I'm not, I need it simple enough and reliable enough that I can make this as a kit. And that's really where I kind of went with this device and this version. What is the amount of gadgetry that I could add onto the device and yet have it be simple and reliable? Because like when I was doing the grip pattern selectors, that was click, 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 that was the 6 different patterns. I loved the mechanism of it. I loved the noise that it made because it was super clickety, and I loved the clickety of it, okay? But the reliability wasn't what it needed to be. And And like the grip pattern selector that was like right here, that piece in its own, that mechanism, it had like 70 pieces in it, and it was super labor intensive to make. So if I was actually going to manufacture it as a thing for somebody else, I mean, I would have to charge $1 billion for it. Whereas this, okay, this grip pattern selector, that just does, that locks and unlocks your ring and pinky, either in the open or the closed position. This only has like 7 pieces to it. 2 of those are springs. So, I mean, this is about as simple as I could make it and have grip patterns. So, as far as, could I make each individual finger lock and all of this other gadgetry? Absolutely. And for me, down the road, I would probably do that. But if we're talking about making it for somebody else, oh, I couldn't do it, And then the reliability issue. Yeah. Am I retired? So I don't do work the same way that I used to. So I've been self-employed for the last 30-something years. So you got to remember, I still have terminal cancer. I still do chemo for 9 hours a month. I still have a broken back. I still have a broken C2, 3, 10, 11, 12, 4, 5, S1. Well, I am 50. I am 50 this year. So I don't know. I am just very, well, thank you. So I am very selective on the work that I do. I have a handful of clients that I used to do work for, and I still do their work. Now, if you're a new client, I'm kind of picky about it. It would have to be a fun project for me to do, because really, my my main focus right now really is the prosthetic hands. And, there's a tremendous amount of time that I get wrapped up into this, and also doing the videos and stuff. Videos take a tremendous amount of time. It's like the reason why I haven't made videos lately is because I got wrapped up on a lot of Burning Man stuff this last month. And then also I was doing a bunch of Olympic stuff. So, and then like not next month, but starting November, I got a little bit of stuff for next month, but, in the winter I do Super Bowl. I'm an interior stadium project manager for Super Bowl. So, speak on weight of the process. Okay, so, it doesn't care if it gets wet. Yes, I still have fun. Okay, so this weighs, this one weighs just under a kilogram. So it weighs right at 2 pounds. This one weighs a little bit over 2 pounds, but a lot of that is because of the watch. The watch is actually kind of heavy. But I do have a watch for this one. This watch is going to go on this one. This is a oh yeah, no, so I have if you're talking about the reliability of an AK-47, yes, it is as reliable as an AK-47. I can 100% trust this device. I can blind pick stuff up. I can, I mean, and you don't even think about picking it up. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, no. I mean, it's such a gadgety thing, but I love the watch too. So I can pick up. There's a video it's either on TikTok or it's on YouTube of me picking up 110 pounds with my prosthetic hand. Well, thank you. I appreciate you. So yeah, there's a video either on TikTok or YouTube of me picking up 110 pounds. So, but really all of that is how well you can stand the weight being translated to the back of your thumb and through your wrist. And that's going to vary from person to person and also from load to load. I mean, if it's an evenly distributed load, awesome, Andre, thank you. So, if it's an evenly distributed load, then you'll do better than if it's more towards your thumb or more towards your pinky. Yeah, thanks. It is. I mean, it is. This setup, and even like the display on this setup. I like the display setup on this one. Okay, so I switched to a software called Projecad, Progecad. The reason is because you own the software. So it's like $480, and you can park on that. You can park on that software forever. They don't bug you a whole bunch. They also they aren't super up your butt about options that you have. Whereas like AutoCAD, if you have like a hard drive die or whatever, they are super just rah, okay, so the reason I don't like Onshape is it's cloud-based, so you need to be connected to the internet. And think of it this way: if it isn't stored on your computer, do you own it? So I've actually so I lost a computer last month. Windows Registry just went to crap. It went to bed just fine, and it woke up with a blue screen of it ain't gonna wake up for you. And unfortunately, all of my drawing. So I used to be, thou shalt never let thine drawing computer onto the internet. Okay, and then I got a new Origin PC, super fast, 128 gig of RAM, just a bunch of junk. Thank you very much. Awesome, thank you. So I have gone back to running two computers. So I do one computer that gets on the internet, and that's the one I do my videos and all that junk on. And then I have another computer that it just does CAD. It does CAD, and it does the CAM software for the milling machine. And that's all it does. And it doesn't get on the internet, and I back it up constantly. So also, there's a program called Macrium, and you can image your hard drive with it, and it's free. Macrium, and you can get the free version. And like, this is a backup of my drawing computer. And say if the hard drive dies, because spinny hard drives die, I can pop this one right, I can pop this drive in, and I will be right up, back, and running. So, guys, whatever you're doing, back up your shit. As I tell you, when I thought I lost like all of my drawings from like forever, oh, I was destroyed. So back up, back up, back up, back up. They do that. So that's what happened on my Origin. So I'm running what the Evo 980 SSD drives, 4 gig a piece, and I had one die. And you'd figure that, you know, an Evo 980, oh my God, it's a bulletproof drive. Yes, okay, so, but with the Dropbox, you know, if it's not on your computer, do you own it? So, and okay, so another reason why I like Project CAD is so I had a client that was doing AutoCAD, and they stayed pretty current. You know, they would stay within like 1, maybe 2 whatever you call it, you know, AutoCAD 23, AutoCAD 24, that. So, but they would take drawings from other people. You know, like say you were going to do part of your drawings, and then they were going to do the other part of your drawings. So AutoCAD did a thing. Actually, let me take a step back. So the client, they were using hot software, not officially licensed software by Autodesk. And this was tragic. So my client down in Sacramento, they accepted that drawing, and it corrupted their entire drawing base. And it was basically Autodesk was holding them hostage because they interacted with somebody that was using not authorized software. And I look at that and I'm like, holy cow. I mean, could you imagine? You know, you have thousands of hours of drawings, and because you accepted this one file from somebody, now all of your library is locked up. Oh my gosh. You know, I mean, oh, it does. It does. So, okay, so I have a client here. I don't know, 2 cities away. So he was actually a college instructor for doing AutoCAD, and he had been instructing for like years, like a decade. But he was using his instructor AutoCAD in a professional environment. So the company that he worked for, he was using his educator AutoCAD in the professional environment. So, and then he was doing multiple seats of that within his professional thing. So they came after that company for like $500,000. $500,000 for that. And they had to sign a contract that for the next 15 years, they would stay on top of their updates and pay them the, whatever it is, $20,000 a year, every year. And, you know, they could only have so many seats. And it's like, holy cow. You know, and the thing is, there's no fighting about it. I mean, you know, they say you're guilty, which is dumb. But it's what it is. So, I mean, it basically, it was like this close from shutting that business down. I mean, just like, shut it down. But, I mean, what do you do? So, anyways, that's why I like the Project CAD. So, they don't do all of the backdoor locking down. They don't do, they aren't up your ass about, oh, you have too many seats. They, I mean, don't get me wrong. They'll send you an email that says, hey, we see that you have 3 active seats on your license. If you had a hard drive die, gosh, that really sucks. We understand. But, if you're actually using more seats than what you should, would you please buy an extra seat? And that's all that. Right on. Well, thank you. I will try to have a great day. And just the thing of, you own it forever. It's like I run version 2024. If I wanted to park on that for 10 years or whatever, and I come back, in 2035, I can buy, another seat of that at whatever they're selling it at that time. I mean, they've been at $500 for, I don't know. I first looked at them at like 2018, and they were $500 back then. Thank you. Yeah, no, subscription-based sucks. I mean, subscription-based absolutely sucks. So, oh my gosh. So, the program that I use for the cam, for the milling machines, I use Bobcat, which, it's okay. Actually, the drawing side of Bobcat sucks. Just sucks bad. But their cam side is pretty decent. It makes pretty clean code. So recently they got bought and sold by somebody, and I mean forever. So I started with Bobcat at version like 17, and then I was at version 28 when I got sick. So now they're on version 30, 34, 35, 30, I don't know, middle 30s. And every year I would pay, it was like $600, $500, $600, something. And so when I got sick, I got off of doing that because, I mean, I had 6 months to figure crap out. But, now that I'm doing what I'm doing, I called them to go, hey, how much would it be for an up-to-date seat? And they gave me like a $10,000 number. I'm like, you have got to be kidding me. So Fusion 360, you can run it offline, but you have to have the computer. So you have to run a special script on it, and you have to get your computer on the internet once a week for it to stay active. So yes. And I mean, the big reason why I can't do Fusion 360 is it's AutoCAD. I mean, Autodesk can just Autodesk can suck a fat one. I mean, honestly. I mean, so a million years ago, or what, 2 years ago, I had PDSU, what was it? PDSU 2013, 2014, something like that. And it was a standalone perpetual license, which means I own it forever, and it should stay active forever. So last year, or I think it was last year, right? Overnight, it became invalidated. So I went to bed one night. I had CAD, which means I had Maya, I had Mudbox, I had Inventor, I had the one you can do animation in. So I had all of that. Went to bed with it, everything working. Woke up, nothing. Everything locked out. So I'm locked out of my drawings that are on my computer. And it's like, what the heck? Well, thank you. I really appreciate your tips that you gave me and all of that. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you very much for watching me ramble and put together my machine. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that's kind of why I am so anti Autodesk. Autodesk sucks. Because I mean they can hold you hostage, and you get thousands of hours into it. Okay, so I have a guy, Mark. I don't know if you've watched, like, if you look up my golf video for Mark, he's the guy that I built the golf hands and then also the guitar hands. Although I think the guitar hands video is still private. So I made him a set of hands that can play lap steel guitar. I designed a real live wrist. It's a Delta setup because he's transradial. His gesticulation is right about here, and it allows for like full rotation of the wrist. Right. Oh my gosh. So I do have a vice grip hand, right? I mean, I don't know if you do, but yeah, so the tough thing about Mark is, Mark's super old. So getting him to participate in actually practicing and using the device is tough. I mean, I have this other kid that works at Carl's Jr. He blew his hand off with a firework about 1 million years ago. And he seems like a nice enough kid. But then when I talk to his manager, I guess his life is like super complex. And I'm like, dude, I am so into helping you, but not if your life is like super complex. It is, and that is why rejection rate for upper limb is so high. Is because, I mean, it has to be a thing. No, occupational therapy. It's, I mean, it has to be something. Yeah, I mean, it has to be something that you embrace. You embrace the suck, and, it becomes your thing. I mean, it's like, I don't go out with one of my gear. I mean, I always have to be wearing one of my gears. Let's see. Oh, come on, Joseph Prusa. I just need to know how something is hooked up. Okay. No. No, and that's awesome. That is so awesome that you're doing that. Because the thing is, that is like a super underserved market. And what is available, people want $1 billion for something, and it becomes cost prohibitive. I mean, people don't want to pay a bunch of money for a prosthetic device, and it's tough. Okay, so if you're transradial, to where gesticulation's through the wrist like this, all they offer is what's called a rotator, and it just takes the hand and it rotates like this. What it doesn't do is it doesn't allow you this motion or this motion. All it does is rotate like this. Well, there's a tremendous amount of need for your hand to actually articulate, in an orbital fashion. So, I've come up with a thing for that. It uses 6 linear actuators, and it works like a helicopter swash plate. And it's cool, but, it's bulky, it has some weight to it, and it's getting someone that will use it and has reasonable expectations of what it'll do, what it won't do, and that's tough. That's really tough. Okay, handbook. What do I have? I have handbook. I have handbook 1.04. Heck yeah, let's go. Awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, but okay, so mechanical, the durability and the reliability is so much better, than anything electronic. I mean, mechanical is so much better. Okay, so Dwarf 1 Right on. Well, thank you for coming by. So Rio, which is they're an Oser company, Rio makes a knee that is amazing. Huh. Well, I appreciate you anyways. I really do appreciate it. I really appreciate you. You are awesome. One, two. No, thumbs are tough because that is actually an orbital joint. It's a saddle joint. It isn't near the same. Okay. Sorry guys that are on TikTok. There's just nobody watching you and I need the flashlight. Sorry guys. Wah wah. TikTok just wasn't it tonight. Okay. Dwarf 3. Well, yeah, because, okay, so the difficulty on a thumb is it isn't just this motion and it isn't just this motion. You know, there's two separate axes that you're driving it through. So then how do you differentiate between that? So for a thumb, you'd need to pick one, I guess, middle of the road of what you're aiming for how it's going to rotate, and then your fingers. So, I mean, you could totally do it, but then you're going to give up the splay, because you're going to move your thumb off of this motion, and you're going to move the fingers off of this motion. So, you could totally do it, but, you lose the splay when you try to do the thumb. Well, okay, so it does if you're trying to control everything just through the wrist. If you're going to, it's like this. So I'm 1 degree of freedom to open and close the fingers, 2nd degree of freedom to splay the fingers. Now what I've done is I've taken my 2nd degree of freedom and I've broken it up into 2 separate things. So I go from 0 up, splays the fingers, and then from 0 down, that locks and unlocks the ring and pinky. So, it adds some complexity because in the middle, nothing is connected. At your 0 plane, it's not connected to the splay and it's not connected to the grip patterns. But going down, it's connected to grip patterns. Going up, it does splay. So that took a pile of work in order to get that to work. That was so much work to get that to work. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Radical Edward. You're awesome, man. So where are you? Are you East Coast or West Coast? So are you East Coast or West Coast? BC. Awesome. I had a thing that I was up on Victoria Island, and it was so awesome up there. I stayed at the Empress Hotel on the island. It was so cool. I went to Crystal Gardens and everything. It was amazing. Awesome. Well, this is actually my first live stream on YouTube. I usually only do the live stream on TikTok. But I figured since I was doing putting together this printer, that I would do live stream on YouTube as well. All right, so everything. Well, awesome. Well, thank you for coming and watching my thing. I appreciate you. Try again. You guys. No, my internet just died for a second. Is it back? Are we back? All right, well, I should probably put that back on. All right. Well, what do you think? Okay, let's turn it on. Okay. Looking for puppies. Flashing dwarfs. Woo! Right? Totally. It's flashing more stuff. It's verifying and flashing dwarfs. I just downloaded the new firmware too. Oh, we've got blue lights. We have green lights. We have lights. Oh, it's so cool. Okay. So we're going to do this in English. Boop. Absolutely. Continue. Yay! All right, so let's see. I can turn you guys a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna move this camera so you guys can see it too. Okay, that good? Okay. Ooh, it's moving! So a million years ago, I built, I mean, when I say a million years ago, I mean like MakerBot Replicator ago. I built a 2-foot cube print area printer using, at the time it was Mach 3 for the software and stuff. And, you know, the type of stuff that I do is not, is not that big of stuff. Most all of my stuff is tiny. All right, I think, should we do the Dock 1 calibration? It was, but that was back in 2013, 14, 15, somewhere around there. I mean, the whole world of printing was completely different. All right, so I am gonna... Okay. It's got a QR that I have to download. Okay. "32 steps." "32 steps on this. Holy cow!" Okay, what do you think? Run the socks or no? Would you guys run the socks or no? I usually don't, but... What do you think? I don't think I'm gonna. Oh. Well, one of them looks low. Shoot. They go over the hot end, I think, just to keep things from sticking. Okay, so what is it supposed to look like? All right. Okay, this one needs to go down some. Holy cow. There is a lot of dink into this. Right on. Well, hey, thank you for coming by. We really appreciate you. I will try to be more into doing streams if you guys really like them. Alright, so I need to turn it clockwise. You know, I'm supposed to be getting a K2 pretty soon. I'm pretty excited about that. Could be interesting to see how they end up doing the whole filament thing without infringing on Bamboo's patent. Although, you know, I'm not turning into a printer review channel in the least, so don't worry about that. But, you know, I do love getting printers. So, I mean, that does help my channel out a lot, so I'll try not to do too many reviews for you guys. I know, I mean, I think I know that, you know, you guys don't like super love the reviews, but I try to at least be honest about it. All right. Okay, so this one still needs a little bit of love. That one's up. This one needs to go down some. Okay, so this one needs to go down a skosh too. Okay, so that needs to actually go up. Well, you know, so much of this is just so I actually didn't go to college. I did trade school, and then I had to teach. I taught the apprenticeship program to make up for graduating early from the apprenticeship program. So I did a 5-year apprenticeship program in 3 years and then had to teach for 2 years to make up for it. And that was pretty cool. I taught sheet metal, industrial design, okay. Okay, don't touch the printer. Okay, so I need the universal wrench and the mini wrench. Okay, and the mini wrench. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Holy cow. Do not rush and read every... Well, good night, sir. Thank you for coming. Thank you for watching me ramble and put together my new printer. I really appreciate it. You are awesome. Okay. Let's see what the comments say. Okay. Loosen both dock pins. Okay. Loosen and remove. Okay, I'm loosening and removing. Okay, I'm loosened and removed. All right. Loosen dock screws. Okay. Okay. It is. So I like using my gear in public. And in fact, I honestly couldn't imagine using anybody else's gear instead of mine. And I don't know if that's just I don't know what that is, but yeah, no, I actually really like that I build my own gear. And that's probably just goofy. Okay. Okay, calibration dock is illuminated and the bottom and front side is flashing white color. Okay. Hmm. All right, so all right, continue. Okay, I did that. Okay. Okay, so both of those are to the side. Okay, so if you go back to that video where I did of that, uh, each one of those mechanisms that I highlighted in it actually, you know, were pretty close to what the mechanisms that I pointed out were. You know, like the side fumbling from the dingle arm, uh, the lunar wane shaft, the, you know, all of that. So if you haven't watched that video in a while, take a look at it. It's kind of funny. I thought it was a good video. It really didn't it really didn't receive that many views. I was surprised. Okay. Evidently, I didn't do something right. Okay, so I removed the dock pins. And I loosened the two screws that are on the side. Align the tool changing mechanism with the tool and lock it by sliding both metal bars to the right. Do you think they mean to actually like... Okay. I saw that one. I thought they did a really good job with that one. So at Open Sauce this year, there was a guy, I can't remember his booth, but he was he did a little wood and brass encabulator mechanism. It was so cute. It was so cute. Okay, so tighten the upper screw. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're going to have... Oh my gosh. Um, you know, I don't know that I would really change anything from my childhood. Okay, so something that would help from my childhood would to be although I don't know, because like when I was a kid, it was such the dark ages for ADHD. So so this sounds terrible, but I didn't know that I was ADHD until I saw someone mention it on TikTok, like 3 years ago. I just always thought I was into a billion different things. And, because I was always really good, I was really autodidactic. I can teach myself how to do anything. I can hyperfixate and research anything. If I want to know about whatever, I can study it and then I'll know anything. So, I don't know. But I mean, it's kind of a superpower, really, being able to, it's like with the vacuum resin composites for my sockets. Okay. I didn't know anything about it. And then I I learned about it on the internet and hyper fixated and focused on it and learned everything I could about it. And now I know all kinds of stuff. Like in the middle 2000s, I was in the middle 2000s, I designed remote control electric helicopters, like 1.5 meter helicopters. And I used DeWalt battery packs for it. And without doing any flight theory or anything, I taught myself how to do it, and I machined all the parts. And, so yeah, I don't know if ADHD is like really the thing. I don't know. I mean, what do they call it? Non-conventional thinking, or, atypical thinking, or something like that. Neurotypical and neurodivergent. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if during the time when I was a kid, if the help that they were offering would have helped or hindered what I was going through and doing. So, okay, so let's take a minute, and I will, if you guys want to see, I'll walk to the front of the shop and I'll show you helicopters. Otherwise, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Do you want to see helicopters or no? Okay, then we'll come right back here. Okay, let me wade through my sea of cardboard. Thank you, Joseph Prusa. Okay, so we are walking all the way up to the front of the shop, past the press brake. I'll turn on lights so you can see what the shop looks like on my way back. All right. Right. That is my 4-rotor, and that is my 3-rotor. And then I was designing these little 450 size ones. Let me pull that one down for you guys. Yep. So this is one of the frames to one of my to the 3-rotor one. So, and all right, so let's see. You see, the 4-bladed one has 2 battery packs, and the 3-bladed one only has a single battery pack. And I was just using the Quick Connect rail system from the regular 24 volt DeWalt setup, and then I would remove the the battery management system, because they were the A123 systems lithium nanophosphate. So you could charge them at 10C, and you could discharge them at 100C. Yes, I have pets. I have a Siamese mafia. All right, so you guys see them okay? So, and then what I was doing with them Now, like this is like early middle 2000s. I went and put cameras on them so I could do fly-by-wire before FPV was cool. So, okay, so quick shop tour. Here is my Shinzo. That's one of my CNC mills. Here is my Acrolock. That is another one of my milling machines. Here is a surface grinder. Here is a Bergmaster drill press. Here is a lathe. This is my back brace from having cancer and breaking my back. Here is another step lathe. This is an Acro tool and cutter grinder. Here is a Harig surface grinder, a 618, so pretty good size machine there. Here is a MakerBot replicator, like number 300 from way back in the day. Here is a piece of crap Delta. There's an OBI. Here is my 100-ton press brake. It's a Cincinnati Model 3. Here is my plasma cutter. It's 8 foot by 24 foot. It's twin beam. This is my Suzuki Samurai with an LSJ swap in it that I will never complete because it's been sitting there forever. Someday I will finish it. I used to have a Samurai that I loved, and it was awesome. But then I had a front spring break as I was driving down the road at 45 miles an hour. And that sucked. All right. I hope you enjoyed the quick shop tour. All right. Yes. Nope. I have always been like super mechanical. I was always a builder person. Sliding it both metal bars to the right. Okay, so I did that. And I tightened the top one. Okay. Yep, LSJ out of a 2007 Cobalt. And then I used a bell housing out of a Saturn Sky Redline to mate to the Asan AR5 transmission. And then I went back to Samurai at the transfer case. I made just a little tiny drive line. And then the transfer case is in the stock position, so I don't have issues with the drive lines. So I made it all up in that little tiny drive line. Okay. Tighten the bottom screw. Yeah, but no, I taught myself how to be a machinist and everything. You know, I bought a lathe and taught myself how to do that. Bought a milling machine, taught myself how to do that, and then all of a sudden I was self-employed. All right, so why aren't we doing this with a screwdriver? This doesn't make sense. This should be a screwdriver. Huh. Oh well. Doesn't matter. Gotta say, the coolest machine, I bought that Acra tool and cutter grinder. I bought that a couple years ago, and when I bought it, I didn't know what I was really gonna do with it. But man, I tell you, I am so glad I bought that. I use the heck out of it. It is an awesome, awesome machine. Well, that's pretty cool. Okay, I guess we're going to do that 4 more times. Okay, I'm going to do the other. So there's a book that's like 101 mechanisms or 105 mechanisms. Study that. Also, there's a channel on YouTube that has computer animations of mechanical mechanisms. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so mechanisme, mechanisme. So they have some super cool. They have some super cool mechanisms on their thing. I mean, a lot of them. There are a lot of them that do not really work in the real world. So keep that in mind. Keep that totally in mind. But, I mean, it'll kind of give you an idea of some things. Yeah. I suppose I should undo pin 2. I tell you, it is so cool that Alan's the guy that I am dealing with from Prusa. That he included the 3 rolls of color fab VariAssure. That is so cool that he did that, because he didn't have to do that. But it is so cool that he did. I mean, that really says that he is like really into backing the program or my project. I think that is awesome. And I gotta say, Joseph Prusa, you would figure a guy that's had that much success and, that type of thing. Well, that's awesome. So what are you using for CAD right now? Yeah. Yes. The Joseph Prusa and Alan Puccini. Yeah. I've been emailing and talking to them for a while now, and I pitched them the idea of doing the fingertips at Open Sauce, and they were like super on board with it. And then when I went to Rapid, I hung out with everybody, and they were all super, just everybody is super real. And that is awesome, because, when people get to that level of, being, that level of being cool like that, sometimes they can get kind of lost in what they should be. So I don't simulate my mechanisms. What I'll do is, actually, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I do, but what I do is I will draw them in the start and the end position, and then I will generally draw them at like the midpoint, and then break that into 45s to make sure they have. So you draw it in, say, like, the 0, and then in the 90 position, and then I'll draw it in, the 45, and then 22 and a half, 22 and a half. But I don't actually simulate for motion. When I had PDSU 2014, when that license was still active, before AutoCAD went and kind of gave me the finger. Oh, did the stream die? Are we back to better? So when I had Inventor Pro, I would simulate it. But when I lost that software, I kind of just, whatever. Because I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think if you own the software, you own the software. Okay, what was the previous question then? Okay. Oh yeah. So actually, that's the whole thing with this printer. Um, so actually, I just got this printer. I'm I'm 4 hours into doing the unboxing and put together stream. So I don't know what I'm going to be. I mean, I'm mostly going to use it for doing fingertips because what I'm going to do is I'm going to load the color fab very sure into extruder 1, 2, and 3. And then I'm going to print, rather than swapping materials, I'm swapping temperatures. So everything that's right around the tang is going to be printed at 190. Everything that's in between the tactile area and the core is going to be a transitionary zone. I'll print that at 220. And everything that's on the outside, the actual tactile side of it, that'll be printed at 250. So that'll give me a fingertip that won't be suffering from the delamination issues and should give me something that's like super, super squishy. I hope. I mean, at least that's the idea. That makes sense? Okay, good. Yeah, because like right now, actually, if I tell you all of this, then you won't watch my new video that's coming out like tomorrow or the day after. Because that's literally what the new video is about, is the fingertips. That is so cool. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. This is a pretty cool setup. Yeah, you could do it with 2 heads, I would imagine. If you didn't want to run a transition zone. But I really think for the amount of squish that I'm looking to get out of these, um, I really think that you're going to need a transition zone. Okay, so the thing about doing it with an MMS, I don't know if you've read any of your literature on your MMS, but it is highly suggested that you do not use flexibles in that. In fact, when I first bought my X1, um, when I bought my X1, I thought you were going to be able to do flexibles in the MMS, and I have to say I was disappointed when I figured out that you could not do flexibles. Um, and I don't know how you would. I don't know how you would separate them with the current software if you weren't gonna do it in different tools to have the different temperatures. You know, um, but the pushing and pulling for the color fab. The color fab material. I don't know if you've ever played with it, but it is like stupid flexible. I mean, like stupid flexible. Um, and I don't see how you could push and pull it into one of the single extruder MMS systems and have it work. Um, okay. Okay. Boop, boop. Awesome. Well, thank you for hanging out as long as you have. I really appreciate that. Um, I think I'll start doing. I think I'll start doing these lives more often. This was a really good experience. I think I'll do this more often. Yeah, so like with the Bamboo, the X1C, I have seen so many um, nightmare scenarios in the forum about people, even just using TPU, not the color fab necessarily, but just the TPU. They get it stuck and it breaks off and it jams up in there, and then you know for some reason they can't take it apart, and then it just it kills one of the slots on the MMS. And um I mean, in the user manual, I mean, it says in great big letters, don't use flexibles. So I don't know. And really, it's such a specialty thing that you'd need to swap out materials like what I'm doing. I mean, for the most part, MMSs that you're doing the color and all that junk. It's such a um. Okay, so Neuralink and all that. So for people that are like quadriplegic and that type of thing, I think it's amazing. I think that it has such a future. Like the guy that was the first one with the paraplegic. Or no, he was quadriplegic, right? Yeah, he was quadriplegic. Um, I think that is absolutely amazing. For something like this, it'll never happen. And the reason is because of motor dynamics. So, like, say for instance, my situation, okay? For a prosthetic to be motorized for what I'm doing, the motors themselves would have to be in the proximal area of the fingers, okay? So that means that the motors would be a half an inch in diameter. So an armature that's a half an inch diameter is only going to have so much torque and so much force. So you can either run it more amps, or you're going to be running it slower and do everything with a gear drive. Or you're going to have to run it at higher voltage, higher currents in order to get the same force. You kind of understand? But I mean, if you are missing your palm, then what you do is then you would run. Oh, where is it? Where is it? You'd run one of those 60 kilogram hobby servos, those quarter scale, and you could totally put that in the palm area, and then it's just driving the winder portion of it to open and close the fingers. Now that would totally work. But if you're trying to do individual finger control on something that's a partial hand, you just don't have the space in the fingers for the motors. And then you have your HMI, and also the whole thing of an implant. Ew, ick. I mean, that is like in your brain type stuff. That would be icky. But I mean, don't get me wrong. But I mean, what they found with the guy that was the first guy, just by him moving around, his brain sloshing ended up breaking like over half the wires that are in that implant. So he has to be really careful moving around, because every time he moves, he's breaking wires. So I think it's a super interesting concept. But I think they have a long way to go on it. Okay, the other thing. Okay, so I don't know if you saw the article with fMRIs, but they hooked up they hooked up an AI to an fMRI machine, and it could analyze your brain waves of what you saw or what you're looking at, and it could interpret the brain waves, or it could interpret what you're looking at by the brain waves, by the image of the brain waves. And I think about that and look at that, and I mean, that is some Minority Report thought crime next level crap that I would hate to see it go that direction. Because I mean, I could see so much overreach and just icky go there. And, and you would have, you would have all of the internet hooked up to your mind, and you would have immediate access, information on tap. Now, don't get me wrong. That is super, super cool. That is amazing. But at what point do you lose your humanity when that happens? I mean, just at what point do you lose your humanity? And I would be scared of that. Well, I mean, with the current government overreach and all that, I don't see how it couldn't go that direction. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but ick. I don't see any way that it couldn't go that way. I mean, it's like, okay, this last, a couple months ago after, the attempted assassination on Trump, it finally came out that, ATF does have a database of all registered weapons. So, but I mean, for years and years and years, it was, oh no, we don't have that. That would be against your constitutional whatever. So, I don't know. I guess maybe that's me being a cynic. Oh, yeah. I mean, okay, so we haven't even. I mean, how do you shut it off? I mean, okay, so if you have the internet connected to your mind 24/7, information on tap, how do you, how do you shut it off to where you're not just going nuts? Where you're not chasing every little any thought. Oh, I wonder about blah blah blah. I mean, wow. Oh no. Don't get me wrong. What they show you, and me is 10 years ago. I mean, they already have, decades ahead of what they're showing you and I. I mean, okay, but you have to, okay, with the prosthetics, you have to look at, the why. You know, um, I would like to think that there is somebody out there that's, altruistic and, doing it for the good of humanity. But I I honestly can't say that I see that. If it was about war and, you know, if it was about, war and monopoly and, I'm getting all this money and, power and all that junk, then I think you would have more, more advancements for that type of thing. I mean, okay, so go that direction. What would keep you from say like a paraplegic, moving their consciousness into a mech suit. I mean, oh, absolutely. Okay, so look at Afghanistan. Uh, what was it? 5 months ago, uh, the insurgents were taking uh, grenades, explosives, whatever, strapping them to DJI drones and slaughter-botting people off of that. I mean, there you go, just an innocuous DJI FPV drone, and now we're going to slap explosives to it, and we're going to blow up a bunch of people. I mean, ew. But people are doing that. I mean, not... Well, I mean, yeah, people are doing that. I mean, that's a terrible thing. And that's something that you could do, I mean, you could do that with $400 worth of Best Buy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would like to think that it would be. I would like to think that it would be used for good and, all that junk. But honestly, I see that it would. I mean, it would get turned over to porn so quick. And then, ick. Oh yeah, I mean, if you were to look at, so there's a group out of South Korea, Naver Labs, Naver. If you were to look at their, let me see if I can find it real quick. It's called the Ambidex, Ambidex. It's an amazing arm. And it's arm, shoulder.
The average arm of a male adult. Ambidex can be operated at a maximum speed of 5 meters per second and is capable of carrying up to 3 kilograms. Because Ambidex can be controlled to the same extent as an industrial robot, it has a wide range of applications, from simple carrying to performing complex tasks.
I mean, isn't that awesome?
Precise manipulation and collaboration. Ambidex supports high-speed, wireless, real-time remote control using the low latency and high throughput of 5G networks. Ambidex, a progressive robot arm that incorporates the unique characteristics and strengths of real human arms, holds the key to the integration of robot hardware technology in our daily lives under the mission of achieving ambient intelligence.
Isn't that so cool? I mean, it reminds me of the bad robot on the Black Hole, the Disney movie Black Hole. But I mean, that is an awesome, awesome setup. Let's see if I can find you a different video of it. Some of the earlier stuff was just, it was amazing. Yes, yes. All right, so check out their elbow. Isn't their elbow so cool? But I mean, it has like a mile of cable in it. You know, because it's doing it as a rolling hinge. You know, and one little bit of nick, fray, work hardening, and you know now you have to relace everything. You know, and the rolling joint for the wrist. How awesome is that? And you see, that's just doing a winch line in the wrist, and that's how it controls everything. It's all cable driven. You know, so all the motors and stuff are all up in the shoulders, you know, where there's no, you know, where there's very little inertia. So Shunk, Shunk, makes an industrial 5-finger gripper manipulator. Super awesome, but it's huge. But let's see if I can find that for you. So check this out. This is the Shunk. I mean, is that just beautiful? You know, and it's 26 degrees of freedom. But, you know, it needs a huge Maximilian. That's what it is, Maximilian. But like this needs a whole computer just to run just this hand. No, Bob was the tin can one. Bob was the good one. But isn't that beautiful? So, but you know, this is for industrial pick and place and that type of thing. You know, not for prosthetics. You know, but I mean, you have full power supply and all that junk that it needs to. You know, and then how do you do the HMI integration and all that junk on it? Awesome. Okay, dock successfully calibrated. All right. So you will be asked to tap the Okay, but you are operating 26 degrees of freedom. I mean, right there is, you know, your natural fleshy hand has 26 degrees of freedom. You know, and you do that not not any issues. Huh. Wait, I'm not sure that I'm knowing what they're wanting. Hmm. Huh. Okay. I don't know. Okay, so I've been really happy. So I have a Creality K1. I have one of the early K1s. And I have to say I've been really happy with it. I've been really happy with my K1. Keep in mind I didn't pay for it. I made videos for it. But I've had really good reliability out of it. Okay, let's see what I'm actually supposed to be doing. Tapping on this. Huh. All right. Hmm. Okay. So it's saying that maybe... Well, I don't know. Okay, I'm going to try load cell 2, because load cell 1 doesn't seem to be set up right. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Has anybody done this? All right, let's see what everybody's saying. Absolutely. Yeah, no. So the two independent motors is a tough thing if they aren't tied together with like a timing belt or a chain or a drive shaft or something. I mean, things that was so I have a Sermon D1, um, from a million years ago from Creality, and it had two motors for the Z-axis, and every so often, they would get out of sync, and then all of a sudden it was just a nightmare. It wouldn't print anything, and it was just garbage. Right on. Well, hey, thank you for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate you. Really appreciate everybody that's coming and seeing and all that junk. Hmm. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'm going to see if I can do load cell 3 maybe. Oh yeah, no, the Sovals are supposed to be something kind of cool. I don't know. I think I gotta. Although, I gotta say, I've been really happy with my Bamboo X1. Um, that has just been just a rock solid printer for me. I mean, I can say I've maybe had half a dozen failed prints in 2 years worth of printing. Um, you know what I mean? And I have printed a bunch of junk on it. Hmm. Huh. Well, hello. Hello, Coding Macbeth. How are you? Huh. I have some red X's. That sucks. Well, thank you. Totally. So I have constant nerve pain with my peripheral neuropathy, and I think you would have a hard time finding a surgeon that is willing to amputate your foot on the basis of it hurts. Um, I mean, that's just my experience. Huh. I wonder how come it said that 204 wasn't working. Well, thank you for hanging out and watching me play with the new printer. I will try to do this more often. Um, yeah, I'll try to do this more often. Uh, I mean, this was a good time. This was a real good time. I had uh, quite a bit of you know participation. It was great. Yeah, that sucks. Has he tried the neurostimulator and the implant to go with that? That does the twitch, 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 twitch thing. Uh, it's like a TENS unit. That's kind of the new thing. I mean, either that or you can go with nerve ablation, to where they go and actually cut that nerve bundle. But I mean, you do that, and that has other side effects for it too. I have resin printers, so I have a Peopoly Moai, I have a Creality Halot 1, and I have an Elegoo Mars 5. And they're cool. They definitely have their place. Wow, you should have been here like uh, half an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, when we were talking about Neuralink. Um, so Neuralink, I think, has its place, but I can see Neuralink turning turning evil pretty fast, pretty easy. I mean, you look at where they were with the fMRI machines being, tying an AI to fMRI and being able to interpret thought into pictures. Um, and, that's pretty scary, really. Then you get into the whole realm of thought crime and. So I used to, like, on the red and the blue hands, I did those in resin. Uh, but the problem I had with those is the parts became too fragile. Uh, everything would get super brittle. There's something wrong with the alignment on 205. I'm going to have to do that one again. It just doesn't sound right. This one weighs just under 2 pounds. The one with the watch weighs just over 2 pounds, and it's mostly because of the weight of the watch. Yeah, so I was using it for the actual finger parts, and I was having problems where the dimension of the holes for the pins wouldn't stay consistent. And, it would be fine, and then it wouldn't. And then I'd get microfractures around where the pins would go through. And it's like as it cured or just as it aged, nothing stayed dimensionally the same. And where I was using a steel pin, it would contract around it. And then all of a sudden, I just get little microfractures all the way around it. Oh, now I have all green check marks. That's kind of odd. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining. I would much rather. Yeah, it does. And it didn't matter if I was doing with the clear or with the gray uh, or the tough resin. Um, and like with, I don't know if you saw my previous video about the fingertips that I was doing in resin. It's like they would be fine for like 3 or 4 days, and then all of a sudden they would just start to rip. And they'd get little cracks in them where the tang would go through. And it's not like these were even super tight on the tang, but you give it a couple days, and then all of a sudden it's just rip. Hey,
Hey,
what up?
you're not recording.
Oh, I'm doing a live right now, but it's okay.
Oh shoot. Okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. What's up?
Okay. I'm just heading home.
Oh, okay. You got it, Megs?
Yeah. So we're all done. I've got cookies for you.
Okay. Well, I will head home as well.
Okay.
Okay.
I love you.
All right. Mer.
All right.
Bye. Okay, guys. That is the call. So it is 9:52 where I'm at. thank you everyone that has stayed and watched and liked my video and contributed. It really means a lot to me. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I will try to do this more often. I have to say my experience doing it on YouTube is a lot different than on TikTok. Yeah, so I'm Pacific. I'm Pacific time zone. I'm actually in Oregon, so that's above California, on the west coast of the United States. Yeah. So that was my wife. I've gotten the call. I gotta go. So, but thank you everyone that has stayed and watched and hung out. I will try to do this again. Maybe tomorrow. It'll be in the afternoon. I got doctors and junk in the morning. But yeah. Everybody, thanks for watching. Yep. All right. Good night. Have a great one. I really appreciate everybody. Thanks so much. All right. See ya.